White House economic advisor Hassett says I expect 1.5% lower GDP because of the shutdown in the fourth quarter. One minute now until we get the markets on open imbalance. Seconds. And White House economic advisor Hassett says I don't see much of an argument to not cut rates. Markets on open imbalance. S&P 500 sell side 165 million, NASDAQ 100 buy side of just 1 million, Dow 30 sell side of 63 million, and Mag 7 a buy side of 6 million.
Alrighty, good morning, good morning. Good morning, Sammy. Good morning, Lynette. Good morning, Trading Pennies. Good morning, Mr. Andy. How y'all doing today? Let's get some good trades in, huh? No CPI to this morning. So that's why it wasn't on my calendar. It's because we don't have the data. So they're not going to release it. And apparently, Advisor Hassett said, we're going to get half the employment report. We'll get the jobs part, not unemployment rate for 1 month because of the shutdown. Kind of interesting. I feel like that's potentially scaring investors a little bit.
Hassett has now finished speaking on Fox News.
I don't know. It seems like an interesting way of potentially hiding bad jobs data, maybe. But yeah, it definitely seems like traders and investors are not liking that. So I took a super late short here. Looks like a short overnight would have been incredibly good if you could have got it up in the 700s. I did take a couple longs throughout here. I think I took a long over here, and I took profit up in this area. I was long here, and I actually had to do some stuff, so I wasn't able to watch the market, and I closed my position, and I was like literally right here, and then it blasted up 150 points. So it was like a little unfortunate. I missed this long, but then I took this long back here on this pullback.
So keep in mind, Hassett now speaking again
profits.
Outside the White House now.
Got some drawdown for today, and now I'm taking, like I said,
according to
pretty
data
late short.
cited by sources, Russian oil processing falls around 3% the January-October.
I don't know if I'm gonna hold it for much longer. Let's see.
Oil processing falls around 6%.
The idea is
October year-over-year by around 300,000 barrels per day.
That maybe potentially we go for
Russian refineries
a gap
ramp
fill
up spare
here.
capacity
There's a gap
utilization to compensate
left.
for
The
Ukrainian
start of the
drone
gap
damage,
is 220.
sources.
Top of the gap is about 300.
Hassett says could
So
get the
that's the
September
thought
jobs
about
report
it, but
next week.
I don't know.
Again, that's White
I
House
have my
economic
take
advisor
profit.
Hassett
Someone's like way
saying we
before
could get
that
the jobs report
gap.
next week.
but it's a little sketchy.
It says the September jobs
Honestly,
report has already been cooked.
I feel like we're in a bit of a weird spot with the NASDAQ, and I don't really love it much. I don't really love the spot we're in on the NASDAQ because I feel like it's going to be very hard to trade it where it's at. It's just kind of in this weird range. It's in here, you know. I feel like it's going to be difficult to really make trades because it could just chop a
And
lot.
as it now finishes another
Could do a
round
lot
of
of different
reports
stuff.
or remarks to reporters.
So I don't know. I'm not loving it. So like after if this trade plays out, I really hope it does soon because if it doesn't, I think I need to cut this position. I honestly don't know what I'm gonna do. Honestly. Like I may just have to wait for a while and just figure out what the heck the market's going to try to do because as right now it looks like weakness. We technically broke the overnight low here at open, but barely. It's not continuing down. You know, we had a little bit of a rally overnight, and then right away sell back off. Now we're below these levels from yesterday. Like I said, man, it's a little bit sketchy. It's a little bit sketchy trading in these levels because overall, like I was telling you guys yesterday, we were looking very bullish after this gap up and reversal gap up and rally. We were super bullish. But then all of a sudden it's like, oh, actually stop, wait. Maybe we're not bullish anymore. And it's just like chilling up in here. Okay, it looks like we got one of our partials filled. Let's see, we're about to test that 400 level. But like overall, you know, these several pullbacks here were tests of the daily 50 EMA, and they held very well. But I guess there's one thing we could mention is that whenever we had this really big sell-off right here, we didn't really have like a crazy sell-off, but we did, you know, have like a sustained sell-off for a little over a week here. It is worth mentioning that after this sell-off, there was quite a bit of consolidation and a lot of chop here. So right here, a lot of chop before finally, you know, breaking out and continuing. So maybe that's something we see here is, you know, we had like a decent selling off here, testing of the 50 EMA. The 50 EMA on the daily held very well, super bullish and everything. But maybe this is just a range we sit in. Now that story changes, you know, if we do get back down here, we close like this gap and we
US stocks extension,
which the gap is right here, this orange line. Like we close this gap and then we fail below it, and then we also fail below the 50 daily moving average, exponential moving average.
CNBC reporting
That's a different story.
$15 billion in Series E round.
At that point, by the way, my order just missed by one tick there before it bounced. Hopefully it fills here. I may just close this. I just missed by one tick on that. Yeah, okay, I closed. So that would be a different story. Like I said, if we end up breaking below that 50 daily 50 exponential moving average, and we you know, go below, then we test from below and it starts rejecting, then we can start potentially getting bearish in this market. Because I mean, yeah, we have slowed down just a little bit. We had some scare here, then we had consolidation, a really big squeeze up. We had like huge gap ups here and just like a squeeze to the upside. So and now it's like slowed down and kind of sustained selling, and not, you know, after this really big bounce here, not much. We're just kind of consolidating. So it's like we just gotta wait and see, you know. Ultimately, this is still bullish. We're still bullish. We can't be trying to short this to the floor. But on the other hand, we also can't just be jumping and longing even potentially key levels unless we're maybe taking like quick scalps or something. Because there's that possibility we finally turn bearish. Now, statistics, the historical trends, and statistically speaking, that's probably not the case, because with everything we've been seeing with a lot of the different indicators that have been popping up, this is most likely going to continue to the end of the year. That's just how it has been in the past. That's in a lot of different situations, maybe like 10 plus situations in the past, over the past 100 years. These types of moves have continued very strong. So that's why we kind of have to be a little bit realistic. First of all, of like, yes, this is overextended. Yes, there's probably a pullback due, but also, you know, how many times in history have we seen a move like this and it like finally starts selling off? There's not very many times. FX Evolution covered some data on that, and it was basically like 5% of situations that ended up like this were bearish the next month or two. 95% of them were bullish and continued, and that's aligning with seasonality and all of that. So yeah, anyways, this is looking like maybe it is going for the gap fill. So I took my 2 partials early, which you know, for my discipline's sake, I do need to make sure I write down the profits now, the running profits, because I have a trailing drawdown I have to follow. This is good profit on the day. Let's see. Okay, we're up 32.40. Not bad. Up 32.40. So that's yeah. It's our best day yet. Okay. The government shutdown equals no CPI report. Yeah. Let's see, the interesting thing about it though is people could interpret the government shutdown and everything that's been happening in a lot of different ways. Like, for example, why was it such an extended shutdown? Like, why did we push it to a point where, you know, we're not getting important data for the market, things like that? Because data like wasn't looking too great, and a lot of people were waiting specifically for this data. And you know, got a prolonged shutdown, and we don't have access to data now. Morning into oil. I placed a long trade early, expected a CPI report. Then when I found out no report, I dumped it. NASDAQ's weak support at the 400 area. Oh, it's like way below now. Sold a call. NASDAQ super out of the money. Hopefully that plays out into oil. Okay. 320 bounced. So it's getting close to the top of the gap fill, which is back here. So this is the top of the gap fill. Actually, it just bounced at the top of the gap fill. 319 exactly. That is where this bounced just now. It bounced on 316. So it actually got to the top of the gap fill just now. The bottom of the gap fill is about 230. So I'm not gonna take any trades here. I'm probably gonna be playing the waiting game now, to be honest, guys. This would have been an incredible short, though. That's already 400 points. I'm happy I entered this short. It was a very late short, I guess. I guess late, relatively speaking. It was early because I entered it 30 minutes before open, but yeah, not bad. Not bad either way. Very small risk too on that short. I only took 2 micros. 2 micros, but I ended up booking how much? Over $300 profit, I think, on each account, so that's 1,500. And by the way, for the discipline, check this out, guys. Look at that. So far with the fundeds, I changed this one to disciplined, even though it was like over by a couple bucks. I took like a quick scalp to get it in there. But overall, since we got the fundeds, we're full on discipline. Also taking into account the weeks that we were trading the evals too, and funded and all that, we're at 75% win rate and 75% discipline day rate. So not too bad. Not too bad. Okay. And this orange line right here is that bottom gap fill. About 25,230. Okay. NASDAQ's down about 1.3% already. Pretty high volume here. By the way, I don't know if this is dumb or not, but I'm gonna share it. Kind of another reason why I shorted here. Is technically, like, I was shorting at, well, actually I shorted below this, what should be decent support, which, like you were saying, into oil, or sorry, hey Diet Pepsi, that weak support at the 400 level or so. On futures, that's probably like 520, 500. I shorted right below it, but it was kind of at it because it was at this level here. What I kind of looked at before I took that is I compared this day right here to this day. And what I noticed is the overnight rallied a bit and then started selling off. And then if you look down here, a big increase in volume before market open. A lot of these other days aren't really like that. I mean, there's a little bit of an increase in volume, but it's not as much as this day right here, if you can see. This day had a little bit increased volume here, but it looks like it was a little more, like, they weren't 100% sure if they wanted to dump or not. It ended up dumping a lot, but a little bit of an increase. But this one, pretty decent increase. And then I compared it to this day. So this day to this day. And I looked here, like, also same thing, you know, rally overnight a little bit, and then starting to sell off, and with the sell-off, increased volume. And in the last couple hours, the volume increased to the same levels as this day. So I looked at that and I was like, you know what? And we've also kind of broken this, what should be support. This was an inverse head and shoulders potentially forming. Then it started looking like it's failing and actually forming a head and shoulders here, which this stuff, like, you can kind of look at it, but, you know, overall head and shoulders fail all the time. But I saw that Saw this increased volume, and I was like, huh. We kind of broke this support somewhat. Tested through, didn't hold very well. I was like, I'm kind of not too scared to hold some shorts for open. And yeah, I guess it ended up playing out. It did take a little bit. So it opened here, and it didn't just dump instantly, but we did get a decent short with that. Hey Pasha, W day again, keep going. Thanks, brother. Yeah, like honestly, I'm just gonna wait, guys. We got a good green day. No reason for me to jump in again. So yeah. Going to be waiting. And guys, honestly, if this doesn't like go bullish on the day, like I'm not even gonna touch it the rest of the day. That's the thing. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Like I think it's gonna be very hard to trade this. Like where it's at. There like right now, it's already sold off quite a bit. It sold off quite a bit overnight as well from the overnight high. Like the potential is maybe shorting a little bit more to that gap fill. So there's that. This could just chop in here. Like I don't think there's gonna be very many easy trades today. There weren't very many easy trades yesterday either. Honestly, I mean, these 2 days were decent because you got a sell off in the morning and then you got a reversal and you were able to play the reversal both of these days. This day was, I mean, not great. It's just one big sell off. If you didn't catch it, then you're getting chopped up in here. This day's kind of the same way. You'd have to catch that short. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Could risk 95 and stop if 600 is reached. That's the thing. I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna sit and watch and see if I'm gonna take any trades. Though, like the thing is, I think it's gonna be difficult. So we got a big bounce here. It like if we get back up to this level here, if we get back up here, and like we hold on top, like I'm willing to take a long. But as far as like trading in this area, I don't want to trade in this area. Like between that 430 and 230, I don't want to trade it. That's what I'm talking about. Like there are some levels that I'm more comfortable with, and it's just like this is not it. And to be completely honest, even up in this level, I don't even know if I want to trade it as much either. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. Could take some scalps. So I could wait for right now the trend is down. If we go over to like the 5-minute chart, right now the trend is down. It's a big bounce here. That's already a 100-point bounce. Trend is still down though, even though that's a big bounce. If we get a trend reversal, then maybe I could take some scalps. if you look at the 5-minute, there's a resistance break at 25,498. So short would be okay, I guess, at that level. Oh, you're saying if it pops up here to maybe short here? Yeah, maybe for a scalp. But if it gets up to that level, that would probably be a reversal already. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to figure it out slowly but surely. Well, actually, no, never mind. I was gonna say you could also possibly play the 15-minute orb, but I would not play the 15-minute opening range today. I would not play it. Maybe to the upside. Yeah, I would maybe play it if it breaks out to the upside. Today, the 15-minute orb, the total range is over 200 points. That means you would have to technically, if you're playing it by the book, you'd technically have to risk over 100 points. Not good. So 15-minute orb is out of play. Breakout, breakdown signals. It looks like if we break 25,550, that would be a bullish breakout. So there's that. Look at Discord real quick. All right. Oh, you sent me a message. Okay. I see ya. Yeah, so that, I mean, yeah, that would make sense. Yo. So what he's referring to is right here. So there's this ultimately what should have been support. It broke that support. So potentially on a bounce up to here, short that level. Yeah, I mean, that's potentially a good idea. I'd be a little sketched out though, to be honest. But maybe if this runs up like crazy, maybe it would be good. Let's see here. That's a big bounce. I would think this level would maybe reject here. Or it breaks through that. I don't know, we'll see. This is technically overnight low right here. Broke your 5K run record 30 minutes ago. Nice. Not bad. Not bad at all. Okay. I mean, technically, I think if it breaks, like, if it breaks for 430-ish, I feel like it's pretty much a reversal. But I guess it could reject 25,500. I feel like that maybe it's a decent scalp. Maybe it's a decent scalp. If it runs up there, you maybe short 25,500 and you take like 50 points on the short just in case it turn, you know, holds a higher low. You would hold it for a little. So that was the 400 level rejecting there. Big bounce. Doing good? Yeah, not too bad. I mean, obviously, like with the way I'm trading, I'm not taking very many trades. And sorry if it's boring for you guys, but I gotta lock in, you know. I gotta try to guarantee success as much as possible. So I can't really just take willy-nilly trades anymore. Not boring, that's how you make money. Bro, boring makes money. Yeah, discipline. Well, I appreciate that, guys. So we got something like this going on here. So if it pops up, I don't know. I don't know if I feel like the 500 level would be sketchy to short. I feel like if it gets up there, then that's like, it's probably gonna go bullish. It's probably already bullish if it gets up there. As of right now, we're staying bearish. Let's see if we get a pop up to 435, 440, see how it acts. Usually a resistance never breaks with the first touch, usually the fourth touch. I guess, yeah, maybe. If it touches 500 and it starts ranging, I might want to break it. Yeah, I gotcha. Okay, so that was about 415, 420 that rejected. I mean, these are huge point moves, guys. If you're jumping in on these, like, you're making money still. It's just for me, I'm a little sketched out. because you guys know I usually like to play big moves. That was a big move right there. That was a 70-point move. Let's pop on the 1 minute here. See how it's acting. Thanks, Lynette. Hey, you guys called me out many times, so I'm like, you know what? I gotta lock in. That's it. You guys called me out. Many of y'all called me out multiple times, telling me what the heck I was doing. So you know what? Received loud and clear. So all we gotta do is get to that buffer zone. It could take me to the end of the month to get to the buffer. But you know what? That's totally fine. Because you know how much money the buffer is? Over 5 accounts? The buffer is $22,500. That's the buffer. So over 5 accounts, $22,500. So if you make that much money in a month, like, it's pretty dang good. So I definitely won't be worried if it takes me till the end of the month to get there. Maybe longer. But if we're following the rules and keeping the discipline with the rules that I've set and the discipline, as long as I'm, discipline-wise keeping those rules, just so you guys know, with my trailing drawdown, my like own trailing drawdown level that I set, do you know how many days it would take me to blow an account if I were wrong every single day? It'd be like statistically like almost impossible to happen, especially with the trades that I take. The win rates are over 50%. So if I'm doing the $1,000 trailing drawdown in over 5 accounts, the drawdown is $22,500. Guess what? That's 22 days in a row that I would have to be wrong. 22 days in a row. I would have to make bad trades for 22 days in a row. It would be statistically pretty much impossible, like virtually impossible for me to blow these accounts if I follow those rules. So that's what we have to do to not be part of this statistic. Not be part of the statistic of, most retail traders, blowing accounts and whatnot. Like, it's a large percentage. It's way larger than it should be. And with the risk we're taking and everything, it's, like I said, statistically impossible to even blow these accounts. And with the risk we take and everything, even a black swan event, like, won't do anything to us. It'd probably set us back. It'd probably make the loss worth multiple days in a row because of potential massive slippage, but overall, like, not too worried about it, as long as we stick to the rules. Aziz, yo, what's up? We are back. We've been back, brother. Okay, a little pullback there. Bounce right back up and breaking out. What do I think today? I pretty much already said like what my expectations were and everything. But what I think today is it might be just ugly price action. Right now it doesn't look too bad. I'm just kind of staying away from it a little bit right now because Orange Toe, I appreciate you, brother. I'm just staying away from it right now because we got good profit on the day and I'm not too comfortable with these levels. So like even not taking any more trades for the day could be just fine as well. I mean, this would have been a crazy good trade. That's a 100-point move. This right here, almost 100, or this right here, over 100 points. This right here, over 100 points. This right here, 70 points. I mean, if you're taking these trades, you're winning massively, and you don't even have to be early on them. But I'm just sitting and waiting. Because I already know psychologically I might be trying to chase, and that's why I want to stay away a little bit. I don't want to get psychologically in that mindset where I'm trying to chase. I think it will fall and touch the same bottom, forming double bottom, and then it will fly. Yeah, it's possible. They made like it just broke out and looks pretty dang bullish. There is something like this going on here, so it's like I don't know, some kind of downtrend, little sustained sell off. So I think it would be very possible to come back down here and break below this level, stopping out like all potential longs. Lawrence 900 away from funded, locked up today with plus 700. Very nice, Lawrence. Good stuff. Let's see. Potential bull flag forming or potential top. You mean in a big time frame such as 4-hour/1 day? Oh, okay, I gotcha. Got it, okay. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I was saying this morning that overall, like the trade idea has failed so far for me. We're getting our first buy signal here if this stays a strong candle, by the way. And it's a buy signal, meaning that potential trend reversal, not like buy signal like you buy right here. It's wait and see. If this is strong, then it's basically a buy signal for every pullback off this. But I don't know, my trade idea here was inverse head and shoulders, push through 25,900, which is these levels here, and then, you know, nice and bullish. I mean, that wasn't the trade idea today. Today I was like, okay, this looks weak, and I shorted here. But like yesterday, the idea was, man, we're looking very bullish. That idea kind of changed a little bit because now we're in this chop, and it could be potential that we legitimately just consolidate in this range before we choose the direction, which more than likely is going to be to the upside to create higher highs and all-time highs. So that's probably the most likely scenario. But if we could, if we compare this, if we go to the daily chart, how many days did it take here to even break out? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 days before there was a breakout. So we had a big sell-off here, big support, and we're on like 1, 2, 3, 4. We're on 4 days so far. Like, who knows what happens here? But maybe, similar type of deal here. This was a really big just panic sell-off. This was more of sustained selling. So I don't know how different the market's going to act after that. Is that head and shoulder pattern? That's a dangerous bearish pattern. Yeah, we had a head and shoulders, but we also had an inverse head and shoulders before that. And head and shoulders, they fail all the time. But yes, you are correct. So as of right now, Yo-Yo, are you still thinking of shorting the 25,500 level? I think it's a little sketch. I think it's a little bit sketchy to short the 25,500 level. That's what I was saying. If it gets up to 25,500, I think it's super bullish. Well, not super bullish, but it's like probably a trend reversal. Well, let's see what happens. It could easily fail. So far, a pump of over 200 points right now from that bottom. Okay, it's almost to the 500 level. I think the most that head and shoulders pattern can do is bring the price back down to support and form a double bottom. Yeah, I guess so. Okay, there's that 500 level. 497. Yo-Yo probably took the trade. He had it at 497. Let's see. He already got 15 points on it. Is it gonna play out? Nice. That's already 25 points. Yo-Yo, I hope you took the trade. Hope you're looking for profit now. Yo-Yo is a sniper. Yo-Yo called that out, by the way, if you guys saw. He called that out, by the way, like right on the dot. Right on the dot there. Also aligned with one of our VWAPs as well. It's already 50 points. Wowza. Okay. See if we can get a really nice pullback. that I could try to enter long on. Maybe to 430. Or 45. Okay. Wow, Yo-Yo called that out like very well. Holy moly. I'm surprised. I'm surprised that that level rejected that hard.
In 10 minutes'
I'm
time now,
very
at the
surprised.
bottom of the hour, we are expecting comments from Minneapolis Fed President Cash Kari, who's delivering opening remarks at the Opportunity and Inclusive Growth Institute
This
Research
could be a
Conference.
retracement
No
from the
text is
previous 4
expected,
hour.
and there's
Yeah.
also no Q&A.
I'm just surprised. Yo-Yo called out 497 to short that level. It rejected hard, like right off that price. Rejected 70 points so far. That is crazy. Crazy, crazy.
Order filled.
Just try to take a quick scalp if it can give it to me. Maybe not. $400 level testing. Okay, go one more
Order
right there.
filled.
If 400 doesn't hold, I gotta cut that. Why not shorting? Because we got a trend reversal. I mean, I could be wrong. It could just continue down, continue all the way. Kill cut.
Order filled.
It's 400. $396. What is the best strategy in your opinion? Best strategy, honestly, I don't know. There are like so many different strategies. I feel like the best strategy is one that you could replicate. The best strategy is the one that you're comfortable doing. But the very simple one is that I really like. It only results in like 1 to like 5 trades a day max. Is the one I made a video on. It's an indicator and the 15-minute orb strategy. Previous 4 hours healthy bearish candle. So it'd come back down. Okay, I'll go right here.
Order filled.
What is this? That's 383, 384. QQQ rejected. Right at yesterday's low. Yeah.
In 5 minutes time now at the bottom of the hour, Fed's Kashkari due to be delivering opening remarks at an event with no text or Q&A expected. We do have the live video on the feed.
Sellers got back in control here.
Order filled.
Okay. Okay, if I lose one more trade, I'm gonna take a break. Okay, let's see. 690. Okay, we got pretty low drawdown left. It's kind of late to short now. Don't try to grab a... Yeah, I'm not trying to short right now. Pasha, why is the P&L not show your total daily profit anymore? It is. What do you mean by total? I have it on the top right of the screen. That's how I've always had it. I've been trading with your orb strategy and it works great. But sometimes I notice fake breakouts that cause false entries. Yeah, so if you're trying to get like guaranteed best entries, you can't enter when it just pops out. Because it'll pop out many times. That's why I like implementing it with the breakdown signal, that Lux algo. Because you can either get a breakout or breakdown signal. Like while it's in the orb, while it's in that 15-minute range, and it can get you actually an early entry. Anyway, are you going to the gym before streaming? Before streaming, no. Unfortunately not. I used to go to the gym early in the morning while I was in the military. I would go to the gym at like 4 o'clock in the morning. Right now, I like to sleep more. You said 3,200 for the day, you mean across all accounts? Yeah, that's what I mean, across all accounts. So that's what I'm tracking now. So instead of tracking per account, I'm starting to just track all accounts, and I just made the rules for all accounts. So if I want to like split trades across different accounts, I'm just going to track the total balance of all 5 accounts. So I can track a little better. So right now I technically have to rerun the numbers real quick. Are you calisthenic or bodybuilder? I'm neither. But I usually lift
Shortly
weights.
expecting comments from Fed's cash
Yo,
carry.
my
Again,
level.
no text
That's
is
what
expected.
I'm
Only video
saying,
is on
bro.
the feed.
Did you take the trade? Did you take the trade? You literally got over 100 points on that trade if you did. It's so crazy. Nice, good psychology. Yeah, I thought I might as well, like, just track the whole balance because I am like most of the time copy trading. Yes, you were showering. Wait, so you actually had that order in? Did you actually take it? I hope you did, man. I'm surprised it rejected that hard. Limit order filled. Nice. Maybe powerlifter? Nah. Damn, man said yoga. Nah, I just lift weights.
Order filled.
Okay. Slow down there a little bit. We'll do something like this. Just 3 contracts, micros. Hey, that's still good. That's $600 on 100 points. Stop loss break even and you want to see a lower low. Okay. I'm surprised you're not taking it. That's crazy. I mean, maybe, I guess maybe it already broke this uptrend here. Let's see.
Stop filled.
Okay. Okay, let me rerun my numbers because I may have hit my trailing stop. Okay. Okay, so let's see what my risk. 754,614. Okay, I'm only allowed to lose $160 more. So I gotta be careful here. If I want to keep trading, I gotta be very low risk. These are the best trades. You put stop loss into daily profit goal and you let it run. Nice. Good job, man. Forming double bottom maybe, or maybe even lower low considering the previous 4 hour. It's very healthy bearish candle. Yeah, I mean it could actually come down to the gap fill area here too. 100%. I'm surprised by that rejection, honestly. I'm very surprised. I was thinking if it gets up there, then it's mad
Cash
bullish.
Car says
But
inflation still too high at 3%. Says
I
I'm seeing mixed
guess it's a
signals
good
from the
fake out.
economy.
I don't know. Okay. There it goes. It's swept this level now.
Kashkari says some sections of the labour market look under pressure.
Wow, Yo-Yo took the massive trade. He pretty much top ticked this. That's insane. That is insane. You think like that? Resistance or support. If we're under a support, we need to break it, and then we go above it if we're under. Oh, live under. Okay, gotcha. I mean, yeah, I guess it's a pretty dang low risk to reward trade. I get sketched out by those kinds of trades for the NASDAQ because the NASDAQ loves to sweep levels. It's like, I guess if you set it without a stop loss, it's still like low risk to reward trade. Either way, I guess. So well done. So that's almost a 200-point trade already. That is crazy. Maybe should have tried shorting when seeing that first big red candle. Yeah, I mean, shoulda, coulda, woulda, you know? Shoulda, coulda, woulda. I mean, I thought it was looking bullish. I got faked out. If you guys shorted that, good job. I definitely got faked out there. And I did tell you guys I'm not very comfortable in these levels. I don't like it very much. $60 risk, your initial stop loss. That's crazy. Not bad. Okay, so I'm allowed to lose 160 bucks more max. 160. So divide that by 5. About $34. So that's about 15 points on one micro. Pretty tight risk. You're long in queue at 326 entry. Oof. Good luck.
Pound rises 0.5% against the US dollar to a
Need a
2-week
lower
high
low,
at around one
otherwise they'll
spot
range here.
2195.
Yeah, let's see. You're out. Nice. Good trade, yo-yo. That's insane. 200-point trade, just like that. Oh, you said not yet. You're gonna be out if it starts ranging. Gotcha. The 1 hour candle is healthy bearish. Maybe not recommended to do longs before seeing some reversal evidence. Yeah. I mean, this here I thought was a reversal. It faked me out, so. It faked me out. That's why I was not too comfortable longing. Or sorry, shorting. Could this be a double bottom? Yeah, it could be. Well, we could also go to this gap fill area, which is at about 25,230. This is about the top of the gap fill. This is the bottom of the gap fill. Head and shoulder after all. Yeah, I guess so. But it's like head and shoulders form all the time, you know. We saw an inverse head and shoulders, and now we got regular head and shoulders. The inverse head and shoulders failed. Regular head and shoulders won. Guys, I feel like Asia session has been very good. I don't know why. I feel like New York session has been difficult for me, but then Asia session's been like decent. I feel like it's been so much easier to trade. Gurav, what's going on, brother? Asia, not a lot of points. I mean, that's what I'm saying is Asia's been really good points. It's been trading really different compared to the last several months. Or compared to like a month or two ago. Like yesterday the Asia move was like 200 over 200 points. And it was like nice and slow and like it didn't even feel sketchy trading it. Big time frame pattern mostly wins against small time frame. Yeah. You didn't trade gold or silver? No, I didn't. I did not.
The Russell 2000 index down 1.1%.
If you put in the trading sessions indicator on TradingView, you see it. Oh, gotcha. Or I guess I don't know if it was technically Asia session or which session, but either way, overnight session, I feel like they've been pretty dang good the past several weeks. A couple months ago, I could not do Asia session, but maybe it was because I was over leveraging. It felt like it was a chop fest. But like Asia session the past several weeks, I feel like it's been very easy to trade. Like the trends have been pretty easy to follow. And then going into New York session, it just feels like a chop fest. You know what I mean? Yeah, like Aziz kind of noticed too. It's how it's been kind of recently. So basically the past couple weeks I've been like, you know, slowly just trading Asia session, grinding up some drawdown, and then using that drawdown as my risk for a New York session. But then it's like I'm not even getting much points on during New York session. It's just like sketchy. Maybe it's subjective. Use the trading session indicator. No, I know that New York session, Asia session looks choppy. I mean, here, let me show you. Like, Asia session or whatever, overnight session opened. It did a quick drop and then bottomed out. And like, this is where I basically was trying to take a long. But I took a long here. Like, I don't know. I guess maybe it looks choppy. I feel like New York has been way more choppy, but who knows? Okay, we broke lower. Maybe because the most big traders and institutions trade New York sessions, so there's much manipulation on price. Yeah, probably. I wouldn't be surprised. Stop loss 340. Man. Very nice trade, yo. Very, very nice trade. That's already 250 points. That's crazy. That is crazy. It's almost 1-to-5 ratio. Yo-Yo basically just took like a 1-to-20.
The S&P down 1%.
Even more. Wow. That is nuts. Yeah, what are the longer time frames looking like? Okay, so I would say that pretty much got to the gap fill area there. Interesting. Okay. Let's take a look at our moving averages real quick. Okay. We're at the bottom of the bullish channel now, again. S&P is pretty far off of it, though. This is like a full-on NASDAQ sell-off, actually. S&P is not even close to the NASDAQ. It's NASDAQ selling off. QQQ to SPY ratio has broken to 3-week lows. So NASDAQ's definitely selling off a lot more. Okay. Same as yesterday, yeah. S&P's at that 6,800 level. I believe 6,800 is a put wall. So 6,800 on the S&P is a put wall. That may be strong resistance. So if it does become strong resistance on the S&P, the NASDAQ may potentially hold quite well here.
Kashkari has concluded his opening remarks. Again, there's no Q&A expected, so not expecting further comments from Kashkari at this event.
Let's see if we dump to 25K. Maybe. If we dump to 25K, then we're starting to open up potential like daily trend reversal. Okay, since I have very, very small amount of risk left to trade, I can't even try to like call a bottom here because I can only risk 15 points. Your TP's 25K? Oh man. Actually, never mind. 25K actually would still be fine. Yeah. 25K would still be fine. I'd be breaking 25K. Then breaking that 24/7. That would be bearish. Why not shorting once it broke 25,300? Because I already have very minimal risk. Like I said, I'm not comfortable in these levels. Okay, I'm gonna try to take a quick, very, very quick scalp. Very, very quick scalp. I could potentially get stopped out here. Wow, I got a bad fill. What the heck is going on? How did I get such a bad fill? I got a terrible fill, man. Yeah, I did fill the gap. Trying to see if I could get a bounce off that gap. swept lower. Yikes. Not good. Get me out. Get me out.
Order filled.
Okay. Took a loss there. I gotta recalculate. I may have hit my max loss. Pasha, good morning. Why did the markets bleed out like this today? Could be a lot of reasons, but I'm thinking maybe because there was no CPI report and the jobs data doesn't have unemployment data. So maybe that's why. No idea of any other reason. When will this reverse? Geez, I mean, it could not reverse. It could just keep going. This could be one of those days, one of those really big red days. It's currently down 400 points on the day. Could go lower. It's already broke multiple levels. So trying to like catch bottoms, unless you're like trying to take a quick scalp, is very risky. Unless you got a lot of drawdown to work with, I guess you could try to take some bottoms when you see a little bit of bottoming formation. You could try to catch the bottom and set your risk, set your stop loss right away at the bottom wick. You'll probably get stopped out multiple times, or you could catch a big move. Some people play it like that, I guess. Yo, yeah, you're up like 1K right now. You took 3 micros, 250 points. Oh no, yeah, you're up like 1500. Why not short scalp? I don't know. Lucid's down. What, the EV company?
Order filled. Order filled.
Okay, there. Oh, the prop firm Lucid is down. I don't think I've heard of that one. You're out? Okay. Is this the burst of the AI bubble? No. I doubt it. Okay, so that swept the gap fill and then did a really nice
So seeing
60
some
point
commentary
bounce.
out of the IMF, seeing strains in the US economy starting to mount. IMF expects a deceleration of growth in US in the fourth quarter from previous forecast of 1.9%, due partly to the government shutdown. IMF says the lack of data has complicated the IMF's ability
Are you
to
looking for
assess the
longs?
state of the US
I'm
economy.
just waiting in
They say that
general.
US inflation is on path toward the
I
Federal
don't really
Reserve's
like.
2% target,
I don't really want to
but
trade
tariffs
in
and other
these
factors
levels.
pose upside risks. Slowing US
Here, let me
immigration
recalculate
inflows,
my
tariff and broader policy uncertainty
my
have
levels
weighed
real
on
quick.
activity.
I gotta
IMF say
recalculate because
discussions
I
on
might have
Article 4
hit my
surveillance
max
of the US
loss.
economy have been delayed by the government shutdown. No new date yet. IMF say despite anchored inflation expectations, higher prices in the US are causing pain for certain
Okay.
sectors of society.
Okay. All right, so I'm technically $6 above my
So the
max
US
loss
will also
level.
sell $86 billion in
$6
3-month
above.
bills on November 17th.
I'm not gonna take any
settling
more
on November
trades, guys.
20th. 6-month bills are selling
That's it.
$77 billion.
That's it for the day.
They're also selling $19 billion in
So from the very top,
10-year reopened tips on November 20th, settling
from
on
the very
November
top,
28th, and
I
$16
lost
billion
about
in 20-year bonds November
$995
19th,
split across all
settling
5
on
accounts.
December 1st.
So I had a max profit today of $3,240, and currently I have a profit of so I started with $3,240 and I ended with $2,291. Oh, so I got about $950 there. So I lost about 30% of the profit made today. Lost about 30% of it. But we're nice and green right now. So yeah, I've got that calculated correctly, right? Yeah. So we're nice and green. And we got this is our best green day so far, since we got
Some
the funded
commentary is
accounts
Bank of
as
England's
well.
Green has been reappointed as an external member of the MPC
This
for a
is the
second sitting.
third day of trading the funded accounts. First day was $440 profit, second day $1,887, and today the third day is $2,287. So not too bad. Yeah, guys, I think I need to go the disciplined route and I can't trade anymore for the day. Can't do it. Because if I do, then the emotions will come, and then I'm only going to statistically cause myself to, well, statistically raise the chances that I blow my fundeds. So, as of right now, I'm not comfortable taking any trades really at these levels. Like, it's definitely selling off. It definitely could go lower. It definitely could bounce really hard and look like a reversal and then fake everybody out. Yeah. I didn't make the best trades here in the past 30 minutes, and that's all right. Because as long as we're consistent and over the long run, managing our risk and locking in profits when we have them. So Yo-Yo did call out this trade. He called out, hey, I'm gonna short at 25,497. He basically top ticked that trade. He top ticked this short, and he just took profits on this bounce. I mean, this is insane. That was over 300 point drop there. Almost over 300 point drop. I was sketched out about this because I was thinking if it breaks like some of this structure, this looked like a reversal. But he took this trade and he held it, and like if I would have even taken this trade, I would have just taken a scalp. Because like this was looking strong. But he took the trade and he held it, he diamond handed it. I'm not diamond handing as much now while I'm on the fundeds working on the buffer. But I can't really diamond hand too much while I'm working on this buffer because I do have that trailing drawdown and I have to be strict with how I'm trading. The thing is, like, you could technically diamond hand on a funded. It's just if you're hitting trailing drawdown, even with while you're in profit, if you're hitting it a lot, you're just lowering your chances to like you're raising your chances to statistically blow your account if you get super unlucky. So that's all it is. But yeah, congrats, Yo-Yo. Very, very nice trade. Top tick that. He's saying it's luck. No, I'm saying it was calculated. He definitely said it. He said it early. He posted it on or he didn't post it. He sent me a message. He said, "Hey, I'm looking at this. There's this previous support that's probably going to turn to resistance." And I was like, "Yeah, I mean, yeah, 100% it'll probably have a little pullback. But if it gets there, it's strong." You know what? He was right. I was wrong. So congrats on that. I am going to lock myself out for the day for trading, guys. You know, maybe I need to learn from this. Maybe I need to be a lot more patient. Potentially, like, so I'm not hitting my trailing stop. Maybe I need to be a lot more patient. Maybe I need to adjust my bias. Okay, maybe I need to adjust my bias.
The Wall Street Journal piece
Maybe
on
I need
Verizon's
to
job cuts on the feed for those
enter
interested.
trends when they like confirm. Because yeah, like when they confirm, enter trends, because with the amount of trailing drawdown that I have to stay disciplined, it is very low. So I can't really take much drawdown. I can't take very many failed trades before I have to stop myself out. So you know what? We're gonna learn from it. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go do some homework. I got some stuff to do, and maybe hit the gym. I may possibly skip the gym because I'm still feeling pretty sick. I got looks like a sinus infection or something. And yeah, J-Rod. Let's see here. If you can't hold, you can just take 50% profits or 70% so you can continue the hold. Yeah, true. Yeah, I mean, yeah, taking partials on the way too. J-Rod Pasha, no offense, but just observe your trades. Didn't see one A+ setup. Yeah, I didn't have I didn't take any A setups today. Yeah. So you're right, J-Rod. That's why I was saying I'm uncomfortable trading in these levels. I said it whenever I took this short, whenever market opened, and took profits, took like a partial here, took the rest off here. I took trades in Asia session that were successful. After this happened, I said I'm uncomfortable with these levels. I tried to, I don't remember, I might have tried to take long somewhere here. I don't remember 100%. After this trade, I feel like I didn't have any A+ setups based on like what I usually trade. So you're definitely right about that. But that's what I'm saying. Like, maybe that's where I gotta learn and maybe be patient, wait for those setups that I'm more comfortable with. Instead of, you know, instead of kind of hopping in on lower quality setups. Should follow the trend. I mean, I am following the trend. Uh, I mean, it's hard to say, brother. Here's the thing: we have the intraday trend. We have like this sort of ish medium day trend, but we also had crazy support off the 50 daily EMA, and then we're overall in an uptrend. So it's like, yeah, you can play the trend this way, but I also got my key levels set here. So it's like playing the trend, like, okay, if you're gonna play the trend, are you shorting right here? You know what I mean? But yeah, I get it. I mean, I made mistakes. I agree, guys. I agree. But also hindsight 2020. That's another thing. Like, I was wrong today. But here's the thing, like, there have been days where I'm taking a trade and other people are saying, "Oh no, you should long here," or "Oh no, you should short here. Do this, do that," and then I end up being right, and then they end up being wrong. Like, it's the market, man. It fakes people out all the time. This was literally like trend reversal type move right here. This right here was like straight up trend reversal type move. Yes, you can say that, well, there's this support previous that's going to become resistance. Yes, you can say that. But the NASDAQ, the NASDAQ is so unpredictable, it can blast through that. I don't think I longed here, but I tried to long on a big pullback. I think I tried to long over here and it failed. So it's, you know, hindsight 2020. But I do agree. Yeah, I didn't take A+ setups today. Based on my strategy, I didn't get any A+ setups ever since I took this short in the morning. So maybe I need to work on being a little bit more patient, just waiting it out, because I was not very comfortable trading in these levels. I was more comfortable longing into here to test these overnight levels. That's what I was more comfortable with. It didn't happen. Now it's doing what I'm not comfortable with, which is basically look out below. Who knows how low we go? We're already below my bottom key level. So after this, like, I have no idea. I have no idea what to do. So I'm not even going to trade this. And I can't trade it because I already hit my trailing stop. So, yeah, there's that. There's the spiel. Yeah, and as long, yeah, in the end, as long as all of us are in profit, we're all winning. So, yeah, good job on that trade, Yo-Yo. Good job, everybody that is in the green. If you're in the red, just be safe. This could be a very, very choppy, very. Right now, it looks like it's a straight downtrend. Okay, but this could get into chop very, very quickly. You can get into emotions. You could make a bunch of bad trades here. So just be careful. Trading the rest of the day. I'm gonna keep charts up for you guys. So I'll pop that stuff open, and yeah, I'll keep it open for the day. I might check in with y'all for Power Hour. I hope you guys enjoy. We're locking in the profits. We're gonna stay disciplined. And here, let me just show you guys real quick our little chart thing. So, where's my calculator again? Okay, here, calculator. Calculator. Okay, let's just rerun the calc real quick. So we started off with a balance of $752,000, 752.3K. Okay. We had a max intraday profit of 3.2K. Okay, and now we're ending with, I'm gonna run these calcs real quick. 849 plus, here at 842.5 plus 50 827 plus 150846 plus 151255. So I'm just going to round that down. 754 619. So this was our max loss level, 754567, and we ended 754619. So we stayed disciplined. We didn't blast through our daily loss limit of 1K. And we actually also hit our profit target of 2K. We had 2.3K. So we didn't blast our level, and we also made a profit target. So overall, I would say that's a success. We're at 75% win rate and disciplined day rate. We're going to try to continue keeping that up and get that higher and higher and higher. And yeah, and if we stay disciplined and all of that, it's like it's going to be less chance of getting emotional, you know, trading and all that. Okay, I appreciate all you guys. Thank y'all. God bless you guys. Is Pasha leaving? There's still 200 more ticks. Dan, man, yeah, I'm gonna quit trading for the day because I hit my $1,000 trading stop loss. Because I made myself a rule that if on all 5 accounts, if I hit $1,000 loss, either just like $1,000 loss in general, or $1,000 from my total profit, my max profit on the day. So if I make $3,000 profit and I lose it and only have 2K profit, I have to quit for the day. So those are the rules I made. I just like ran the numbers, and I think statistically speaking, it will make it, if I trade this way, it will make it statistically impossible, like highly improbable for me to blow these accounts. With the trade ups I'm doing and everything like that. Yeah, and Yo-Yo is the one that actually is the one that reached out to me. So he reached out to me. He's like, "Hey, like, what the heck are you doing? You know, like, I'm doing this and this." So I like made my little spreadsheet thing. He gave me some inspiration on that. So yeah, I didn't want to call you out, Yo-Yo, in case you wanted to stay anonymous. But yeah, because yesterday I was mentioning it, I was like, somebody in our community reached out, but yeah, it was Yo-Yo. So that's what we got to continue doing. Anyways, statistically speaking, just to remind, or just to like repeat it, just so y'all see like how strong this will be, for especially for those of you guys that are like blowing accounts left and right. Why not use percentage as rule rather than a flat $100? Why not 5% or 1%? I don't know, just easier, I guess, for me to do a dollar amount. Anyways, here's how crazy. I'm gonna show screen real quick. I'm gonna run. For those of you guys that are math nerds, if you're not a math nerd, then sorry in advance. Okay, I'm just gonna show you guys real quick. So I've got 150K accounts, right? I have 5 of them. So each 150K account has $4,500 of drawdown. So that's the maximum drawdown for all 5 accounts. Okay, that's the maximum drawdown. So if I get this drawdown and I'm not like, I don't already have a buffer built, that will blow the accounts, the fundeds. Okay, let me just show you how crazy, statistically speaking, how improbable it will be for me to blow these accounts if I have a 50% win rate and I lower my my max loss for every day. So if I have a max loss of $1,000, that means we have 22.5 times in a row that we would have to lose. Let's just account for slippage and let's just say 20 times, okay? So how do we calculate this? Well, we go to their I guess scientific calculator, and we go 50% to the power of 50% 50%. Where's the button? Where is it?
Senate Democrats ask Trump to relieve
50%
China
to the
export
power
curbs
of
according
20.
to a letter.
So this is how we can see what the probability is of me blowing these accounts if I literally make a maximum loss of $1,000 a day. I would have to lose 20 times in a row. That's including slippage. It would technically be 22.5. Here you go. This is my percentage chance of blowing these accounts if I stick to these rules. That's with a 50% win rate, by the way. If you have an over 50% win rate, then it's way, way, way less than this. But let's just say I have a 50% win rate. This is the chance. So this is, I don't even like, this is like one in a million chance, basically. What is this? 1, 10, 100, 1,000.
In 10 minutes' time, at the bottom of the
10,000.
hour, US is due to sell $110 billion in
100,000. Yeah, 1 million.
Was 3.875%, and the prior bid to cover was 2.73.
So this is actually one in a million chance. One in 953,000. That's how improbable it is for me to blow the account. I mean, if you get 5K profits with 5%, you should get $250 of max loss for your rule. Wait, what? No, I'm not talking about that, Aziz. I'm talking about daily loss. So $1,000 would be $200 per
So on
account.
the prior headline is Senate
Because you
Democrats
copy
asked
all of
Trump
them,
to
does it
relieve
make sense
China
to add them up?
export curbs.
I think
The
so,
senators here
because
are
you copy
citing
them, it's
national
basically
security
still
threats in the
4.5K.
export curbs request.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm just looping them all together, just for my ease and just to see the overall profits and whatnot. Because you copy them, it's basically still 4.5K. Isn't there a logic error? No, I'm saying 1K split across 5 accounts. So that means $200 per account. So if you have $4,500 drawdown and your max loss per account is $200, that's 22.5 times you would have to be wrong in a row. I'm guessing you do the taxes in your house. Oh yeah, of course. Anyways, guys, I'm basically, if I follow these rules, I'm basically almost guaranteed to not blow these accounts. Okay, that's the point I'm trying to make. So if you like legitimately are blowing accounts left and right, like I get it. Like I've traded many times, and I'm trying to change it up now. Because honestly, it is not sustainable. And the thing is, like you can calculate your own risk. You can calculate it like yourself for how much risk you can take. Like my trailing max loss of $1,000 is actually very conservative. Because like I said, with a 50% win rate, that is 1 in a million chance that I blow these accounts. You know, it's like, do I need to make it that rare? Maybe not. Maybe not. If I were to double the max risk, so let me just show you guys this. I'll open up the calculator again real quick. So hypothetically speaking, what if I were to double the risk? Instead of $1,000 max loss, it's $2,000. So my total, and let's just say per account. It seems like it's easier for y'all to see it per account. So I have $4,500 max drawdown per account, and instead of $200 max loss, I make it $400. So $400. That's 11.25 times in a row. But let's just account for slippage, you know, all that stuff. Let's just say I can only lose 10 times in a row. Okay, let's rerun that exact same thing. 50% win rate to 10 times. Now, so this is like how you could easily, you know, calculate yourself to see what kind of risk you're comfortable with taking. because the more risk you take, statistically speaking, the higher probability it is you blow your account. Then when you account for emotions and all of that, emotional trades, then it's like you have a lot higher chance of blowing the accounts. But here we go. This is 1, 10, 100. This is 1 in 1,000. So if I were to risk basically 10% of the max drawdown every single day, so 10% of the max drawdown every single day would be my max like trailing loss, then 1 in 1,000 I will blow accounts. So 1 in 1,000. That's still pretty dang rare. So like
Musk says
just one of the things that like you can do if you want to, just to check and see like what risk levels you want to take whenever you're trading. Like 1 in 1,000 I would say is like decently conservative. This is like 1 in 1,000. How many trading days are there in a year? There are what, like 300 days?
Bottom of the hour,
so this is basically saying that
$110 billion in 4-week bills.
Once every 3 years, once every 3 years, you're going to blow your accounts. Once every 3 years. Over those 3 years, you're probably going to get a bunch of profits on the fundeds. So, and then you end up, you know, being super unlucky, 1 in 1,000. I thought it was 250. Or okay, what if it's 250? Then once every 4 years. There you go. So if it's 250 trading days, once every 4 years, you will blow your accounts. No, that's not how it works, Aziz. So this is the probability of you losing 10 days in a row with a 50% win rate. So it's basically like a coin flip. You know, if you flip coins, almost like you're playing not to lose. I don't know about that. Just take A1 setups and be disciplined. Yeah, I mean the thing about trading is like you can take A+ setups and you can still lose them. So that's why like risk management is pretty important. But either way, like we all know that we're not like complete savant #1 traders in the world. So like I would rather have statistics be on my side. I still think you can't really say because you still can lose. Anyways, the point, Aziz, so how this works, imagine you're flipping a coin and you just bet heads every single time. You have a 50% chance of being right every time. Now, what are the chances of you being right 10 times in a row? Well, your chances of being 10 times in a row are 1 in 1,000. So 1 in 1,000 coin flips, you're going to have a row of coin flips that are going to be 10 times in a row on one side. That's basically all it is. So if we're talking about trading, if your win rate is 50%, which hopefully all of our win rates are higher than 50%. And by win rate, I'm not talking about trading win rate. I'm talking about win rate as in you have a positive day in the market. If our win rate is 50%, that's like, you know, I guess would just be like regular or whatever. That would just be like the midpoint. And you were to risk 10% of your drawdown every day, 1 in 1,000 trading days, you're going to have 10 trading days in a row that you lose. Yours is 47%. I realized recently that Tradeovate does actually count stop losses as losses. So if you trail your stop losses, you might actually have a higher win rate, truly. So it needs you to lose 10x in a row to blow your account? Yeah, correct, Aziz. That's if you're risking 10% of your drawdown. You'll basically need to lose 10 in a row. But I'm not risking 10% of my drawdown. I'm risking 5% of my drawdown. Technically like 4.5%. So risking 5% of my drawdown, I have reduced my chances from 1 in 1,000 to 1 in 1,000,000. So same thing with the coin flip scenario. If you were to flip a coin 1 million times, there's only going to be one
Shortly
time
expecting the results of the
statistically
US
out of a
4-week bill
million
auction.
flips that you get a row of 20 flips on the same side. That's all it is. Yours is 68% considering you only trade a big time frame. Okay, so Aziz, you're gonna be a test bunny right here. So if yours is 68%, that means you have a 32% loss rate. Okay, so let's
Bets on
do the
December
math
Fed
for
rate
you,
cut
because for
drop,
you it's
pushing
gonna be
market
even
base
better.
probability to
Because I was
below
doing
50%.
50%.
So again, markets are
For you, it's
betting
going to be even
on
better. So
December
your
Fed
loss
rate
rate
cut
is
drop.
32%. So let's say you risk 10% of your drawdown every time. So let's see, you would have to lose 10 times in a row to blow your account, but you have only a 32% loss rate. So look at this. For you with a higher loss rate, look at this. Let's see. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. So for you with your loss rate, you could actually, your probability is not 1 in 1,000. Your probability is now 1 in 100,000. Isn't that crazy? So anyways, just some maths to jar your guys's risk rates or risk levels. Problem with trading is if you have a bad day mentally and you're on the wrong side of the trend, it's kind of easy to get into a 10x losing streak. Exactly, yo. That's why I'm saying stop for the day. That's why my rule is now going to be stop for the day, just like how you were saying. So the probability of you losing 10 days in a row are very low. Even if you have like a 30% win rate, you still have like a pretty low chance of hitting 10 in a row to blow them. What about make it 50x in a row rather than 100 in a row? Well, to do it 50x in a row, you would have to only risk you would have to risk 2% of your drawdown. So, whoops. So for my case, I have $4,500 drawdown per account. For me to make it 50x, that means I would have to risk 1/50th of the account. That means my maximum loss would be $90. So like even with one micro, $90 is pretty easy to lose. Yeah, but if you make that your risk and you're on a 150k account with max drawdown of 4.5k, then yeah, you're almost impossible to lose. If you want to know what the chance is, sure, we can run the chance. So 50%
and awarding 24
to the power of 50
bids at high.
Because you would need to lose 50 in a row. This is such a improbable number that it's this number with 16 zeros in front of it. It's basically like 1 in a trillion. 1 in a trillion, 1 in sextillion, whatever it is. It is like almost impossible. So Aziz, basically if you do that, it's pretty much impossible. And you know what? Here's the thing about Take Profit Trader. This is why I've been kind of thinking about this a little bit. Because like, here's the reality. Once I get to the buffer zone, like, am I gonna be mad making $1,000 a day? Not really. Am I gonna be mad about making $500 a day? Not really. I'm not gonna be mad. That'll be great. So like, why would I take massive risks to take that away? So I just kind of ran the numbers and I was like, you know what? If I make it like statistically almost impossible for me to blow these accounts, like there's no way I can lose. And the other thing is, Take Profit Trader, when you have funded accounts, they have no monthly fees, no any type of fees. Once you're funded, It is no fees. And the one thing you have to do is take 1 trade per week minimum. That is all. If you don't take trades for like weeks, then they close your accounts because they'll be like, these are inactive accounts. So if you take 1 trade per week, it's free. Free. So like, why would I even take big trades? I have $750,000 of purchasing power for free. That doesn't expire. So that's my thought process. That's my thought process. That's why I gotta follow these rules. Right now, this looks like it's bottoming. Right now, it's like, oh man, maybe I could catch along here. You know what? I gotta follow my rules because I could jump in here, get emotionally tied to this, lose a little more, and then I'll be like, okay, I'll catch the next one, and then I leverage up, increase risk. All I'm doing is just increasing my chance of losing it all. You know what I mean? So, anyways, I hope you guys can appreciate that. I'm gonna try to just trade as disciplined as I can. You know, I think that's what I gotta do. I gotta do that at least to the buffer. Like once I get to the buffer, then I could raise maybe my daily loss to 2K a day. So I could raise it as of right now until I get to the buffer. I want to keep it very conservative. Keep it at 1K. Because yeah, getting to the buffer is like the hardest part on the Take Profit Trader fundeds. So yeah, what's up, bro? Is this level a buy? I'm like uncomfortable in all these levels, brother. I have no idea. This could chop up the rest of the day. No idea. And you came up with the rules by yourself, or you find it somewhere else? Yeah, 500 a day is way higher than those normal blue-collar worker for minimum wages. 500 a day. I mean, 500 a day is 10K a month. Yeah. But, like, the thing is, with this very minimal risk, like, we're making, like, 1 to 2K a day. And that's me, like, being super conservative. Because I'm literally trading 5 accounts. You know, today it's 2.3K. 2.3K, 20 days in a row. That's 45K. 46K. After the buffer, the real trading starts. Exactly. Is there a video on your channel about the strategy you used, right? Yeah, there is. I covered the strategy that has like 5 trades a day maximum. Sometimes there are no trades. 120K a year, that's like a lawyer already. Yeah, and that's only $500 a day, yep. And then Aziz, did I come up with these rules myself? I mean, I guess it's like a mix of everything. Yo-Yo gave me some motivation on this. I mean, I had trading rules before, I just wasn't following them. So now I'm getting super strict with myself, and I'm just gonna follow them, and I'm tracking them in a spreadsheet, all of that. And I just ran the numbers just to see, statistically speaking, what the chances are to blow the accounts. With a 50% win rate, my win rate's probably higher. It's when I start getting more emotional and all of that my win rate drops. But my win rate's actually pretty decent. I mean, let me see what the win rate is on these so far, just for fun. Win rate on these is 55.8%, and it's probably a higher because I trailed my stop loss on many trades, so I considered it as a loss, even though it was a profitable trade. But we're over 50%, basically. Either way, I just ran all of that, so just to see what would be a percent that I would be more comfortable with. And honestly, I was like, you know what? I'll take 1 in a million chance. Your win rate should be around 70%. I mean, there are definitely, yeah, there are days where the win rate's 100%. There are days where my win rates are 30%. Like, I remember when I saw the, because whenever you do the evals and then they go to funded, you lose the win rate data. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm on average probably like 60%, maybe a little higher. I know that when I was taking really big moves with my like big move strategy, my win rate was about 30%, but my risk to reward was like over 5. So it's like pretty dang profitable still. Anyways, either way, guys, I'm going to jump off. I'm going to go do stuff. I'm going to leave the charts up. God bless y'all. Stay safe out there. Be careful trading. If you're not comfortable trading these levels, don't even trade them. Just end it for the day. If you're green, don't go into the red. If you're red, don't emotionally trade. Maybe end it for the day. Either way, you know, be careful. What if you took your trade before touching your top take profit? I think then it's considered a win. I think it's just when it hits a stop loss, even if it's in profit, it considers it a loss. It's weird. I didn't believe it because somebody mentioned it a couple weeks ago to me. They were like, hey, a trailing stop counts as a loss. And I was like, no way, does it really? And then I checked it myself. I was trailing my stop loss, and then I looked at my win rate, and it was like a certain level. And then my trailing stop hit, and then I went to the report and checked, and it indeed got considered a loss. So just be aware of that, I guess. If you're trailing stops
more color saying that
a
military
lot,
gave,
like,
Trump
and you look
Venezuela
at your win
options
rate
for
and
the
it's
coming
kind of low
days.
or whatever, like, just be aware that your trailing stops just get considered as losses. I mean, it's not a bad thing. You're still making profit. I'm just saying for like looking at your statistics, like your statistics might look worse than they actually are just because you trail stops. All right, guys, I appreciate y'all. I'm going to jump off and I'm going to have the charts up for y'all. Okay. So I'll probably check in with y'all at Power Hour. Love y'all. Take care. And I'll see you at Power Hour. Okay? Good luck.
US stocks extend full with the Dow Jones down 1%. ECB's Nagel says any central banker on the ECB Governing Council should be eligible to succeed Lagarde. At 12 p.m. Eastern Time, we're expecting EIA crude oil inventories. Forecast a build of 1.5 million. Prior, a build of 5.202 million, with a range of a build of 2.7 million to a draw of 2 million. Gasoline inventories, a forecasted draw of 2.5459 million. Prior, a draw of 4.729 million. Distillate inventories, forecast a draw of 1.387 million. Prior, a draw of 0.643 million. And Cushing inventories, prior, a build of 0.3 million. So reminder, with the API crude oil stock change data last night, a build of 1.3 million with a forecast of 1.7 million and a prior build of 6.5 million.
Traders, price in less than 50% chance of a December Fed rate cut.
In 5 minutes' time, we're expecting EIA crude oil inventories. Forecast a build of 1.5 million. Prior, a build of 5.202 million, with a range of. EU's von der Leyen says ministers agree to hike duties on small parcels.
So reiterating, EIA crude oil inventories forecast a build of 1.5 million, prior a build of 5.202 million, with a range of 2.7 million to a draw of 2 million. Gasoline inventories forecast a draw of 2.459 million, prior a draw of 4.729 million. Distillate inventories forecast a draw of 1.387 million, prior a draw of 0.643 million, and Cushing inventories prior a build of 0.3 million. Shortly expecting the Freddie Mac number rates. One minute remaining. I'll be leading with crude oil inventories. According to the Wall Street Journal, Chinese hacking campaign. According to the Wall Street Journal, Chinese enabled cyber espionage campaigns in a new step in a trend of automated cyber threats. 5 seconds to inventories. A build of 6.413 million, a build of 6.413 million, higher than the forecasted build of 1.5 million. Gasoline inventories, a draw of 0.945 million, 0.945 million, lower than the expected draw of 2.459 million. Distillate inventories, Distillate inventories, a draw of 0.637 million, a draw of 0.637 million, higher than the expected draw of 1.387 million. Cushing, a draw of 0.346 million. We do have the EIA weekly report on the feed for those interested. We do have the article from the Wall Street Journal on the feed for those interested.
Heads up, in about 10 minutes' time, we're expected to hear from Fed's Muslim speaking at a fireside chat on the US economy and monetary policy at the Evansville Regional Economic Partnerships Economic Impact and Policy Forum. No text is expected, but there is a Q&A with the audience and moderator. There's no live video for this. It's a private event, paid event. US 30-year fixed mortgage rates averages 6.24% in November 13th week versus 6.22% prior week, according to Freddie Mac. In about 5 minutes' time, we're expected to hear from Fed's Muslim speaking at a fireside chat on monetary policy. No text is expected, but there is a Q&A. So a reminder with Fed's Muslim, there's no live video that's available for this. Again, as I said, it's a private paid event. Also reminder about 9 minutes time, we're expected to hear from Fed's Hamak speaking in a moderated discussion in a fireside chat at the Economic Club of Pittsburgh, Omni William Penn Hotel. No text is expected, but there is a Q&A. We'll get a video out of the feed if we can find one. So we have posted out the video where Fed's Hamak will be speaking on the feed for you to watch. Remember, that's at 12:20. Surely expected to hear from Fed's Musalam. Five minutes ago, we're expected to hear from Fed's Hamak in a moderated discussion. No text expected, but there is a Q&A. EIA reports record US oil production last week after re-benchmarking led agency to raise output estimates. Surely expect to hear from Fed's Hamac in a moderated discussion. Remember, no text, but there is a Q&A expected. Just a reminder, at the bottom of the hour, expected to hear from SMB's Chudin, speaking at a money market event in Geneva. It's about 5 minutes ago, we're expected to hear from S&B's Tudin, speaking money market event in Geneva. Bear in mind the live video hasn't started for Fed's Hamac. Shortly expected to hear from S&B's Tudin, speaking of money market event in Geneva. No indication whether text or Q&A is expected. S&B's Tudin says S&B cuts are stoking credit growth as intended.
Order filled.
So just keep an eye out on the oil market overall. So oil recovered from a sharp slump as traders weigh the outlook for a record surplus against supply risk from US sanctions. WTI traded near $59 a barrel after losing almost 4.2% on Wednesday, its biggest drop since June, while Brent was above $63. The IEA flagged a deteriorating outlook for a sixth consecutive month, saying in a report on Thursday that supply will exceed demand by just over 4 million barrels a day next year. Also, you did have OPEC, which has been restoring idle capacity this year, said a day earlier that the global supply had topped demand in the third quarter, flipping its earlier estimate for the period from a shortfall. Also, at the same time, the Trump administration has moved to raise the pressure on Russia to end the war in Ukraine, including sanctions on Rosneft and Lukoil, an oil trading firm that's a unit of Russian oil giant Lukoil, is starting to terminate jobs with days to go until sanctions fully kick in. So the live video for Fed's Hammock has begun. Remember, it is on the feed for you to watch. She isn't speaking yet. And now it goes to a moderator Q&A with Fed's Hammock. Clients are in talks with Nexperia to independently ship wafers for packaging in Dongguan chip plant, bypassing rift between Europe and China units, according to sources. Further detail into this, then, customers of Chinese-owned Dutch Jamaican Nexperia are working with the company on a workaround to bypass a feud between Europe-based unit and its packaging plant in China, according to two sources close to the firm. The workaround, previously reported, is not a permanent solution nor feasible for smaller clients, but offers a patch that could relieve some pressure on the auto market, where a scarcity of Nexperia chips has dented some production of cars and parts. Fed's Hamac says anecdotal data has been important during government shutdown. Fed bids for 30-year bonds total $3.9 billion. German Budget Committee passes 2026 defense budget, including 5 procurement projects worth around 3.8 billion euros. That's according to Defense Ministry. 10 minutes ago to the top of the hour, we get the US selling $25 billion of 30-year bonds. Prior high yield of 4.734%, prior bid cover of 2.38. Looking at some research then and just a bit of a prep work, Treasury yields in the 30-year sector slightly higher on the day ahead of the $25 billion new issue auction, the last of this week's 3 fixed rate debt sales. Wednesday's 10-year new issue sold during a rally, tailed by 0.6 basis points. Yields across 10 years are rising as the end of the longest US government shutdown in history sets up a potential gusher of postponed economic indicators next week. Looking at some comments from JP Morgan. Just seeing here from White House spokesman says Trump has repeatedly affirmed his commitment to maintaining the strength and power of the dollar. Also, according to sources here, European officials weigh pooling dollars to reduce reliance on the Fed. Again, according to sources, European officials weigh pooling dollars to reduce reliance on the Fed, according to sources. And go back to then the Fed's hammock now, saying employment side of Fed mandate challenged amid job market softening. And also hearing from contacts, inflation is too high and moving in the wrong direction. Going back to the European officials, they say sources say the European officials' concerns rose around April, but then receded due to the Fed's assurances. Also, sources say pooling of dollars faces practical difficulties and may not be viable. Fed's hammock says current unemployment is around maximum level. Let's quickly going through research. So JP Morgan say there were lower yields over the past month and valuations fair. They say in a late Wednesday note predicted the auction would need a concession for a good result. Fed's hammock says some of the inflation may be tariff driven, but service inflation is a real concern. This is a difficult time for monetary policy. Hammock says Fed policy needs to remain somewhat restrictive to push inflation pressures down. Hammock says the US economy has been remarkably resilient. According to 3 sources, US private equity firm Carlyle is exploring options to buy foreign assets of Russia's Lukoil. Fed's hammock says, I expect upward pressures on inflation into the next year. Hammock says labor market appears broadly balanced. Hammock says right now job market looks balanced, but there are reasons for concern. 5 minutes ago until we get the 30-year bond auction. Prior high yield of 4.734% and prior bid cover 2.38. NASDAQ extends decline, last down 2%. So it's a bit more research then, or what we've just a bit more background to the 30-year node auction. Latest CFTC positioning data shows speculators were net short 78.8k classic bond futures and 271k ultra bond futures, possible sources of covering demand. Fed's Hamak says it's too soon to say what will happen with AI. One minute to go now to be the when issued for the 30-year bond auction. Fed's Hamak says time will tell if valuations for AI firms are right. Ten seconds to the when issued. When issued, 4.684%. 4.684%. Four spot 694%, 4.694% bid to cover 2.29. The US selling $25 billion of 30-year bonds at a high yield of 4.694%, awarding 23.04% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 14.51%, direct 14.5%, and indirect 70.99%. That's a tail of 1 basis points. US Treasury 30-year yields extend rise after 30-year bond auction, last up about 3.6 basis points at about 4.698%. Fed's Hamac says monetary policy is currently barely restrictive, if at all. Intel shows Putin not ready for Ukraine deal, and that's according to ex-MI6 chief. Fed's Hamac says economic performance doesn't look like Fed policy is restraining it much. Also adding that it seems neutral rate has been rising in the recent past. Hamac says it's likely neutral rate has been trending upward. Hamac says that we are to maintain restrictive policy, we need to hold rates. So again, to maintain restrictive policy, we need to hold rates. It's not obvious monetary policy should be doing more now. Hamac says that I expect above target inflation for 2 to 3 more years. Hamac says that we must reduce inflation to maintain the Fed's credibility. SMB's Chudin says we want to keep inflation between 0 to 2%. Fed's Hamac says there has been some pressure in money market rates. Fed's Hamac says I expect firms to use standing repo facility if it makes sense. Fed's Hamac says ample reserve levels allow for temporary money market rate swings. Hamek says that we want dealers to take advantage of standing repo facility. Fed's Hamak says it probably won't be too long before the Fed expands balance sheet again on technical factors. Fed's Hamak says it will take quite some time for the Fed to get all Treasury holdings. Anthropic now say they disrupted sophisticated AI-led espionage campaign. Again, Anthropic say they disrupted sophisticated AI-led espionage campaign. Just commenting on the attack and a post on X. Anthropic added their confident actor was Chinese state-sponsored group. Fed's Hamak says weakening in dollar has brought it more in line with theoretical fair values. Short expecting Fed reverse reappropriation. Anthropic says attack targeted at large tech companies and government agencies. Adding that the attack also targeted financial institutions. Eight counterparties take 3.761 billion dollars at Federal Reverse reappropriation. That concludes comments from Fed's Hammock.
Order filled.
So heads up, Feds Muslim currently speaking live now. Remember, there's no live video of him. It is a private paid event. NASDAQ 100 declines reached 2% and Russell 2000 off by 2.3%. Fez Muslim says outside of data centers, business investment has been tepid. Muslim also adds that businesses are learning how to run their firms in uncertain environment. German Chancellor Merz, currently speaking at coalition talks in Berlin, says that we expect EU Commission approval for industry power price. Merz says government is determined to ease burden on manufacturers. Feds Muslim says it's critical to return to having readily available official data that has integrity. Muslim adds that we're not flying blind though. Muslim says that we have a reasonable picture of what the economy is doing.
Order filled.
Nvidia shares fall 5%. So just keep an eye on AI related stocks. They're falling as concern about rally and power persists. So AI linked stocks fell on Thursday as concerns continue about speed of AI rally markets and the energy needed for it. So more from Fed's Muslim says uncertainty causing firms to pull back on hiring. So to go back to the AI related stocks, then Goldman Sachs analyst Wei sees spare AI power supply declining in the US while power capacity continues to expand in China. So they say that while the US is now the front runner, hosting 44% of global data center capacity, power bottlenecks are likely to at least temporarily slow its progress by 2030, especially in its regional power markets with the lowest spare capacity. Muslim says AI appears to be adding to productivity and displacing workers. Muslim says I'm doubtful that most announced layoffs are AI, more likely plain vanilla automation. Eds Muslim says that I'm observing labor market risks and high inflation and risks. Fed's Muslim says the economy is pretty resilient. Fed's Muslim says I expect fourth quarter weakness, a rebound in the first quarter with next year at or above potential. Adding that Fed's objectives are moving in opposite directions. Fed's Muslim says very competitive financial conditions are deregulation and deregulation are tailwinds. Muslim says I expect the labour market to stay around full employment and likely to soften a little and get to 4.5%. Muslim says I expect the impact of tariffs to fade by the second half of next year. Muslim says I expect inflation to fall starting in the second half of next year, provided that we have the appropriate monetary policy. Muslim says I supported rate cuts so far to protect the labour market, adding we need to proceed with caution now. Muslim says there's limited room to ease without becoming overly accommodative. Adding policy is closer to neutral than modestly restrictive. Muslim says we need to continue to lean against inflation. Fed's Muslim says banking system is in good shape. Philadelphia Semiconductor Index falls 4.5%. Remember I said earlier on AI-linked stocks fell on Thursday as worries continue at the speed of the AI rally markets and the energy needed for it.
At 2 p.m. Eastern Time, we're expecting the US federal budget balance forecast minus 238.6 billion, prior 198 billion. We're also expecting comments from Trump, who's signing an executive order. We'll put a video on the feed for those interested. So we do have a video out on the feed for Trump signing an executive order. In 5 minutes' time, we're expecting the US federal budget balance forecast minus 238.6 billion, prior 198 billion. Also expecting comments from Trump, who's signing an executive order. There is a video on the feed for those interested. The Russell 2000 index extends decline, last down 2.6%. So Trump signing an executive order, it's supposed to be about foster care. One minute remaining. Ten seconds. Still waiting on the data. Trump planning to attend Davos meeting in January. China summons Japan envoy over Prime Minister Takichi's Taiwan remarks. China blast Takichi's Taiwan remarks as extremely dangerous. So Trump is now approaching the podium to make some comments. Just a reminder, the video is on the feed for those interested. Fitch Ratings says major UK banks are hedged against macroeconomic risks. So Trump is now speaking. Reminder, the video is on the feed. NYMEX diesel December futures settle at around $2.46 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline December futures settle at around $1.95 a gallon. NYMEX WTI crude December futures settle at $58.69 a barrel, up 20 cents or 0.34%. NYMEX natural gas December futures settle at around $4.64. Trump ends his remarks at the White House event. Brent crude futures settle at $63.01 a barrel, up 30 cents or 0.48%.
Alrighty, we're back. Discipline, I guess, went out the window, guys. I was trying to catch a quick scalp originally, and now, guess what? The NASDAQ has actually moved down to the daily 50 EMA. So that little tiny wick that just wicked down there, that I guess you could call it a sweep. That is basically the bottom of that wick is the daily 50 EMA. So we have seen very, very strong buyers at that daily 50 EMA a handful of times during this rally. So you know what? I'm taking the risk. I'm kind of throwing discipline out the window. Just for today, because I'm really trying to play a strong rebound off this level. We'll see if it plays out. If 25K breaks, that is a different story. Whereas Yo-Yo, I'm not too sure. Thanks, Orange Toe. Today was the shorter's paradise. I know. It's crazy. Yeah, this went way lower than I expected, and it did hit the 50 EMA. Like I said, it is yeah, the bottom of this tick right here, or the bottom of this candle, that is the daily 50 EMA. So we'll see if it I mean, it bounced. I was looking at this and I'm like, huh. I'm kind of I was looking at this and like, you know what would be a really good thing if they kind of make this look like bottoming, bounce it up, and then they sweep those lows to get longs out, and then buy it up. So we'll see. We shall see. Pasha, you bought at the top? We'll see. I actually started with 1 micro and averaged down. So I'm in 3 micros right now. But I'm kind of risking it for the biscuit here. We'll see here. Like I said, it's the daily 50 EMA. It's been holding. It's been a very, very strong support level. And I'm talking like institutional level buyers at this level. It's 25K level, you know, psychological level, all of that. We'll see what happens. We are in power hour. We got 54 minutes left of market open. I would want to see a push up to at least 25,200. I got an order a bit higher there, but I don't know if we actually bounce up that much. But yeah, I mean, that's my thought. That's my thought process here. As far as if it breaks 25K, that's when I think we can worry a little bit. But staying above 25K, I think that's good. Definitely some strong buyers at 25K to bounce it up like that. Did look like a little bit of a sweep. If you're an ICT nerd, I'm not, but does look like a little bit of a sweep there at a level where buyers were sitting. Buyers are ready to take it. Missed it twice now in the last hour. Yeah, I mean, if you're shorting today, you're sitting nicely. We did have Yo-Yo. He called the top on that very first bounce earlier today. He called that he's going to short at 25,500, and he's going to let it keep running. So pretty insane. Pretty insane that he took that trade. Well, not insane that he took that trade, but pretty insane move from that trade, because that was a definite fake out in my opinion. Okay, we'll just be watching and waiting, I guess. Some good market buyers there. Didn't he say he's holding to 25K? Who said it? I think Yo-Yo did say it. Yeah, that he's holding to 25K. So if he did, he got a really good trade. He got 3 micros on that trade. 3 micros if he actually diamond handed it through. I feel like he would have gotten shaken out here, but I guess this got close to 25K. So if he did hold, maybe he got shook out here in the 200s too. But I mean, if he didn't, man, pretty incredible. Pretty incredible trade. That would pretty much be for 3 micros. That would be 3K. So very tiny position sizing for such a huge move. Let's see what happens here. I mean, this looked like a sweep here. This looked like a sweep. It's the kind of stuff you see at bottoms. And we hit the daily 50 EMA. All that's kind of aligning. And 51 minutes left to market open. And the NASDAQ at the bottom there was down pretty much over 600 points. Almost 2.5% on the day. So, yeah, we'll see. So buyers coming back in. Buyers taking a little bit of control. Really need to launch it up though. Yeah, good luck everybody. Your calls printed 1K? Oh wow, nice. Did you seriously buy calls like right at the bare bottom there? Or you sold calls, that's what it was. You sold calls. Yeah, not bad. Yeah, at this level we did get a little bit of chop on the wanted blue indicator. I was kind of expecting that, especially with some faking out at the bottom, if this is the bottom. If this is the bottom, it's not going to be like super obvious, you know, in the very beginning until it actually breaks out. I don't know that it'll be as strong of a move as it was the previous couple times where the daily 50 EMA has hit. I don't know if it'll be as strong. The previous several times it happened near like midday. Well, one of the times it happened, it was the super big sell-off, news related, all of that, and that day actually ended at the 50 daily EMA. I think after hours it probably bounced. The previous, like just recently, like last week or 2 weeks ago, whenever it happened, I think it was last week. It came down and it was like midday when it hit the 50 daily EMA, and it bounced hard off of it. And toward the end of the day, the NASDAQ was pretty much back at the level it opened up at. We are hitting the daily EMA close to the end of the day, so it's... Oh, we'll see. We'll see if we'll actually be able to hit... We'll actually be able to move up significantly or not. Buyers are trying to grind it up a little bit. At a certain point, I want to see popcorning, or I want to hear that popcorning sound of market buys coming in for it to be rapid. And shorts getting squeezed out of their positions. Shorts entering very late. Oh yes, CMAs. Chauhan always has something to say, doesn't he? Hey, Chauhan, if the EMAs are literally where the price bounces like dozens of times, it's probably means something. Check out the daily 50 EMA. It's literally been the spot where the market has bottomed during this rally. Like on the dot, pretty much. The daily 50 EMA today was at 25,004. This came down to 25,001. I know it's obviously a key level, so it's a little bit of what's the word? Confluence. So far, this kind of looks like bottoming for me. We'll see. It's to get above 25,100. It's not strong. The long bottom wick is the giveaway. It's probably going up for the rest of the evening. Let's hope so. Buyers are keeping control, but not by much. Man, the NASDAQ during New York session loves to fake people out. It's crazy. 24,940 uptrend line off the daily if you forgot. The news spike down recently on the daily. Yeah, the daily 50 EMA hits that news drop as well as today's bottom wick here. They both line up like on the dot, like within 5-10 points. Okay, here in some market buys. Let's go. Come on, keep it going. Chauhan. Obviously, like, if it fails, then it fails. But it's been holding for 6 months. That's been the level that's been bought up for 6 months. So, you know, I was saying today, like, if that level fails, then yeah, we gotta reassess completely, like, where the market's going. But, like, it's been holding for 6 months, you know what I mean? Yesterday's sell-off popped straight up after hours at the beginning of the Asia session that set up the longs today. Okay, sellers took control here. Yeah, if 25K doesn't hold, it's no good. Who knows how low it goes after that. Did you guys see that Michael Burry's apparently closing down his hedge fund or something like that? Kind of crazy. Niku, do you have eval or pro accounts? These are the pro accounts. It filled the SPX gap, so I'm all long above 25,040. Okay. Triggered a breakdown signal too. Okay, QQQ to SPY ratio is actually starting to pop up a little bit. It's at a level that seems to be supported. Okay.
RBNZ's Guy says increased transparency builds trust.
Choppy consolidation. Into oil, I decided to take a risk. Coming down to the daily 50 EMA since it did go down so far. This is a level that we've seen like institutional level buyers coming in and supporting.
RBNZ.
So I'm taking the risk on it, but today's just a little bit different. Today we did hit that level like toward the end of the day. Past couple of times,
clarity to uncertainty.
it hit at the very end of the day or in midday. Both times it was a strong bounce off of it, and that level is pretty much 25K. And we're really only looking for like 150 or 200 point bounce off that daily 50 EMA. You know, if that's the level that institutional level buyers are coming in at, like, I gotta play it. It's coming right back down to it. Is it a fake out or is it going to be actual? I mean, I'm longing right now. Entered a bit too early, but I am longing right now. I would love for my average to be down here. MNQ is better than NQ. It's trading below the 50. Now, well, maybe however yours is calculated might be different. But the way mine's calculated, it's like the bottom of this wick hit the daily 50. I'm not talking about like 1 minute EMA, 5 minute. I'm talking about daily EMA. So when you open up the chart and you have every wick as 1 day, that 25,004 or so is the daily 50 EMA, and that's a level that's been strongly bought over the past 6 months. Wick to 18 should have caught it. I mean, let's see. 20K, 25K doesn't hold, like I said. It'll be pretty sketchy. Curious if to go for a sweep below that low. That would be nasty. That would be nasty if they go for a sweep of that. Daily 50 is at 25,045. Okay, let me verify. I use Webull for mine. So let's see. I don't really like how Tradeovate calculates theirs. So for me, the daily 50 is 25,004. That's the daily. And it has tracked with 1, 2, 3, 4 touches on the big sell-offs, and it's been like big wicks up or gaps up from that level. Sounds good, Chauhan. Well, whatever the institutions are doing, it's aligning with that EMA level. So, whatever they're using, it's been lining up. Is Tradeovate different? Yeah. I don't know. Tradeovate, like, for some reason has wonky calculations for its EMA, for its VWAP, things like that. So that's why I'm like, I don't really trust the EMA levels on Tradeovate. That's why I don't use it for like graphing. Risk reward's not bad. Yeah, let's see. Good luck to us all. Chauhan saying it's not the EMA holding price, bro. It's just where demand happens to show up. The line's just a witness, not the hero. Oh, Chauhan. You're just a very smart guy, aren't you? You know what? When I'm saying that the EMA level's getting held, of course I'm talking about an institutional trader named EMA that is sitting there holding up the market with a line. That's totally what I mean, brother. 25007 is daily super trend reversal line too. Okay. Yeah, it seems like a lot of different stuff's aligning for that 25K level. It's a psychological level. It's aligning with moving averages, a bunch of other stuff. So I mean, I think, yeah, like you said, risk to reward is definitely decent. Yeah, previous all-time high here. Risk reward should be dang good. Just will they allow it to be pushed today? Or will it be like that one day where we had 1,000-point sell-off and it literally ended the day at the absolute low? I hope that doesn't happen. But it could. Because big institutions can hold positions for long periods of time. I need the plunge protection team to kick in. Let's go. Man, this coffee tastes like a cowboy's chewing tobacco. It tastes like I just
Kashkari says
got
the
back
resilient
from the
economy
ranch,
called for rate pause in
riding my
October.
horse, taking the
Kashkari
cows
says it
in.
seems like real pockets of weakness in the labour market. At the same time, corporations very optimistic about 2026.
Uh-oh.
Fez Kashkari says data suggests more of the same since October meeting. And Fez Kashkari says no strong inclination yet
So
on
hard to
December rate
resist the
cut.
markets, isn't it? Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So
Yeah, I
just
decided
reiterate,
to
Fez
take the risk here
Kashkari says
because
no strong
because
inclination yet
it
on
got to
December
a
rate
level
cut.
that's like been held very strongly. I entered quite early though, unfortunately. Entered quite early
US money
and did not
market
want to
fund
lever
asset
up
hit
down here.
record $7.54 trillion at ICI.
So let's see. Buyers regaining control, getting stop losses hit. Shorts are squeezing it a little bit. We popped out of this range here. Now here's the target up here. We need to break through that. $30 minutes left of market open. Now, a lot of stocks are like crazy down. Palantir's down almost 7%. Ooh. Nvidia's down now 4%. It was 5% at one point. I mean, I'm loving that a lot of these overpriced stocks are selling off. I am loving it. I might need to. I mean, at some point, whenever this super trend starts breaking down, I'll need to put my fundamental investor thinking cap on instead of just day trader cap, because you kind of have to take off one cap to put the other one on, as the market's been trading pretty crazily, like beyond logic. Well, not really the market, I guess. A lot of the stocks, specifically tech. Yeah, buyers in control here. They need to hold 25,050 at least.
Bank of
Back in this
Canada to
range.
restart
Come on,
Treasury
pop
bill
back up.
purchases December 16th.
You can say it. D-Money. D-Money, what is that? Is that you, Dan, man? You're D-Money? Think no one is in control of this monster? Yeah, I mean, yeah, it just keeps going. Try plotting the 50 SMA and 200 SMA instead. Institutions actually care about those. 50 EMA. Getting 4 touches in half a year isn't confirmation, it's noise. Oh, Chauhan. So the 50 SMA and 200 SMA, wow, do you think that institutions are sitting there respecting those lines, Chauhan? Huh? Chauhan? 50 and 200 SMA, Chauhan? Do you think those lines are protecting the market, Chauhan? What's going on, brother? Oh, dumb money. Gotcha. I mean, the interesting thing is, I mean, I'm sure you guys heard it. It's already old news, but for those that haven't already heard or know this, whenever Liberation Day happened, and the market dumped, or before Liberation Day or whatever, that really big dump, the majority of buyers in that dip were actually retail. And retail brought the price up a lot and institutions were actually super late getting into the market. So a lot of institutions actually got in like at the halfway point of the rally. So dumb money actually beat institutions with that Liberation Day rocket. So there are some like people that are speculating that
Bank of Canada to restart primary T-bill
institutions are
purchases
going to
manage the balance
try to
sheet.
drive the market like insanely up, especially like toward the end of the year, because bonuses and all that kind of stuff, they rely on that, you know, with their market performance, and they've been a lot of institutions, they've been lagging on their market performance, or their like portfolio performance a bit. So there are people that believe that they're gonna try to push it up, squeeze it, mess around, maybe get some retailers short, and squeeze it up toward the end of the year, get those bonuses, and then start taking profits. 2026, making 2026 highly volatile. That is just obviously speculation. Large institutions, mutual funds, hedge funds, algos, etc. typically focus on simple moving averages. These are standard benchmarks used in institutional reports, chart models, and portfolio algorithms. Well, I think the 50 EMA and the 50 SMA on the daily are probably going to be pretty close. I mean, just for the fun of it, I'm gonna test it, see where it ends up. Let's see here. The EMA there. Indicators. I don't have simple moving average there. I'm too lazy to do it, whatever. My Webull doesn't have it. For some reason they took off SMA, because I used to use SMA more, and then they took off SMA, so I just started using EMA instead. I mean, they line up pretty closely.
The BLS say they will announce new release dates as they become available.
Not always, but if you're looking at like long-term EMAs and SMAs, they're like pretty dang close. Because they just like the EMA is just waiting over that entire period. They're off like not by much.
The BLS say it may take time to fully assess the situation and finalize dates.
Don't you range gear? They're 5-10 points apart. I mean, they might be a little bit more apart on the daily 50 EMA, for example, but yeah, they're not crazy off. So Chauhan, I guess maybe whatever you've said ain't as isn't as valid now, because you're talking about SMAs, EMAs aren't even that far off. Dory, hello. Come on, move it on up. Move it on up. 23 minutes left of market open. I really need this to break this level and I'll be happy. I'm curious what will happen with market on close as well. Quite curious. I would have a feeling market on close may have more buyers. Then maybe this pushes it up a bit. 1550 buy, that's going to be crazy. Or that's going to be scary. Yeah, we'll see. I have a feeling they'll push it up. Well, we'll see. Feelings don't mean much for the market. It's rejecting the 50 SMA on the 5-minute. Well, let's see it break through. Let's See a break above, get bullish. Good, I like to hear those market buys. And now we're pretty much break even on the position. That's what a bad entry can look like. But we'll take a quick partial here, and then see if we can squeeze up to the 25,200 level. We'll look above and fail. Action. Plunge protection team kicked in. Terrible average, man. Terrible average. That would have been 100 points right there. That's why patience is key. Even when you think that that there's a certain key level or whatever, you know, it's better just to wait. Better to wait. Yeah, exactly, Mustafa. Keep it clean. Price already tells the story. Yeah. Man, that looks pretty clean. Looked like bottoming. Fake out to the top. Come down. Fake out to the bottom with a sweep below these lows for any longs that popped in. And then take it up. Make it look weakish. And then take it up. Looks decent. I was thinking there was something of that nature happening here, but not exactly. The more lines you add, the less you actually see. No terrible averages to waiting game. I mean, yeah, but this is a bad average because I actually entered like back here at around 200 or so. I entered back here, and then I averaged down. Either way, it was an early entry. I needed to wait for like 100% confirmation of bottoming, or wait for something as strong as like the 50 EMA on the daily. I just didn't expect it to actually get there, but it did. It looks like my partial missed by one tick, or it actually hit it and just didn't fill. May come down to test 25,100 possibly. Let's at least squeeze it. Upper Bollinger is at like 25,215 all the way up here. So if it squeezes really good, it could pop up
The Bank of Canada say
another 100
GOC
points.
bond purchases likely won't start until 2027.
Seven minutes till market on close. Yeah. 7 more minutes. Rejecting this level here for now. Come on, buddy. Buddy old pal. up and down to 25,100. Okay. $16 of market open left. I don't even know if it's worth it holding into after hours also. After hours, we don't really have much. We have some Korean data being posted. New Zealand PMI, that's it. So nothing really happening after hours. So I would rather get out of this before the market closes. It could move in after hours, but I would rather be out. Definitely took some drawdown for this one move. I need to at least take a couple partials here. Why do they say 16 minutes left when the market goes for another hour? Oh, why do I say that? Just because that's how long we have of the regular market hours. The one more hour is just after hours. It's only futures and after hours trading. So it's a lot less volume and all that. It's not as eventful unless you have earnings. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom. Hopefully it doesn't dump. Okay, we're back. Continuing the grind up, looks like. Okay, 3 minutes till market on close. I don't know. I kind of want to be out of the position for market on close. If it's a little, I feel like it's a little bit sketchy. I mean, it could pop on market on close, but man, I don't know if I want to be in for it. More than likely it pops, but if I could get 2 micros off, I could see it through it. Yeah, this grind up is so painful. It's so painful. Momentum is like dead. Massive selling in gold. Oh, wow, yeah. That's a crazy dump in gold. Wow.
1 minute until market on close imbalance.
Oh, no. 1 minute. Oh, no. And we didn't even hit our partial. Oh. What do I do? Do I hold it through market on close? Sketchy. Man, right before market on close, it's dumping. You kidding me?
10 seconds.
Oh. Come on, market on close, save us. Go, go, go.
Market on close imbalance. S&P 500 buy side 1.1
Wow.
billion. NASDAQ 100 buy side 723 million. Dow
Ooh,
30 buy
okay.
side
Market on close is
465
looking good. A
million.
lot more buying
Mag
than
7
selling.
buy side 311 million.
Okay. Mag 7, like 90%. 90%
Tomorrow at 4
buying.
p.m. Eastern Time, we have the South Korean export
So that's
price
showing
year-on-year,
institutions
prior
are
2.2%.
buying up this dip
South Korean import price year-on-year,
massively.
prior 0.6%.
NASDAQ's getting bought up like almost 80%. So let's see. Let's see. This is probably going to pop up, I think. Last 10 minutes left. Some people just like took some risk off here, I guess. They were worried about that market on close data. But it looks pretty good. It's positive. Wow, Mag 7's getting bought up like crazy. Okay. Look at gold. Yeah, I saw it. It's pretty nasty. Pretty nasty drop on gold. Squeeze them shorts.
Bitcoin falls to lowest since May, last down 3.6%.
I missed by one tick on this one thing, like, so annoying. Still in full position. NVIDIA earnings November 19th is still always off to save this market. If that support stack doesn't hold, it could flush. And so Pasha's still trading. Why did the market snook again today? I don't know. I don't know, Jonathan. Could be a mix of a lot of stuff. I think probably a big reason is because the economic data that people were waiting for was not released. So CPI was not released, and then unemployment is not being released. Look at a nice recovery, then boom, back down. Yep. 7 minutes left. 7 minutes. Are they going to squeeze it up, or is this just going to range in here? Or is it going to dump? What is going on? Ooh, market on close is looking ugly now. Now it's more selling. Okay. Not ideal. A royal flush. Not ideal. Maybe they don't let it pop up end of day. Okay, 25,100 not holding. Should I just exit right away? I'm like waiting for a bounce. Okay, so 5.5 minutes left. Yikes. So unfortunate. So unfortunate. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. Five minutes left. Big volume on that.
In 5 minutes' time,
Okay,
we have
there's
the
a
South
bounce.
Korean export price year on year. Prior 2.2%. South Korean import price year on year. Prior 0.6%.
There's a bounce. Is it going to be strong, though? Is it going to be strong? Is it going to be strong to squeeze some shorts? Have you made any money during these volatile times? Yeah. Hasn't been too bad. Come on, keep popping it. Keep popping it or else I gotta close this. Gotta stay green on the day. Okay, 4 minutes left. Short signal? No. There was only a buy signal. No short signals in play right now. Possibly minor retracement rather than reversal. Yeah. Trend is still sideways to bearish short-term action. Okay, 2.5 minutes left. Can we get a pop up there and hit our partials? Can it do it? Please, NASDAQ. You literally hit my target price for my partial, and you didn't fill. I didn't even miss by 1 point, by 1 tick. I just did not get filled. It hit my price. Like right on it. It has to pass through the price. 1.5 minutes left. Things could get volatile in the last minute. Could go either way. Market on close looked pretty good for a second, and now it's looking pretty red. S&P looks a little better, I guess. It's moving around right now, though.
1 minute remaining. I'll be leading with export price year on year.
Come on, 1 minute, squeeze it up. Go, 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 go. 15 seconds left.
10 seconds.
Come on. Push it up, brother.
Full spot 8%, full spot 8%, import price 0 spot 5%, 0 spot 5%.
Okay, we're officially in after hours. Let's see if we get a low push here. Now that the market is closed. Now that options, well, I don't remember. Yeah, maybe some options expired. Cut it now, all green. Well, I'm technically not green on the trade right now. But yeah, let's see. Let's see if it can push through right now in after hours. I will try to cut it here. It's a nice little squeeze through that
The NASDAQ posts
high that it
biggest
just
daily
posted,
percentage
and it will be good.
decline since October 10th.
There she goes. Take one right there. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Come on. Come on, push it up. 3, 2, 1. Is it going? Is it going? Is it going? And we're almost to the outro, guys. And is it gonna squeeze through? Is it gonna squeeze through? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ah! It's trying. It's trying. Okay, I'm cutting it.
Order filled.
It may squeeze through, but you know what? I'll just cut it there. Okay, so I'm gonna put a no for disciplined today, because even though I'm still technically not below the daily loss of $1,000 from the daily profit, max profit level. So I was up 3,200 on the day at the top, and now I just got, like, I don't know, $50 more, like $30 more after sitting through an insane drawdown. I'm labeling this as an undisciplined day, even though it was a win. So let's run our calcs real quick. So here's our day. Okay, we started off with a balance of that. We'll calculate real quick. So we end with 150,889 plus 150,883 plus 150,867 plus 150,886 plus 151,294. So we end with 754,819. So we made an extra $200, I guess, which is about $40 per account. 754,819. So it's a win, 0.33% on the overall balance. But I'm putting no for discipline. We failed discipline today. So our discipline day
US money
rate
market
is
fund assets hit a
only
record $7.54
63%.
trillion at ICI.
Not good, guys. Not good. Gotta stay disciplined. I got a little bit carried away there. We got bailed out a little bit here. Got bailed out. But overall, not a disciplined day. But, you know, thank God we made it out. Made it out green. Made it out right back to pretty much where we were. So, with that, I think we're gonna run our outro. And yeah, it was a pretty good day, guys. All right, a lot of you guys stayed short today, a lot of y'all, and I am proud of you for staying short today and playing the short, because you know what, in my mind a little bit, I was looking at this gap fill as being like the absolute bottom. And when you kind of set that and you say, oh, the market can't go lower than this, or the market can't go higher than this, you kind of set yourself up for failure. Because, you know what? The market can do whatever the heck it wants. It can stay as crazy as it wants for as long as it wants. And if you do not get on the right side of that, then you will be burnt. So, I appreciate every single one of you guys for joining me today. All the new viewers, subscribers, thank you very much for joining. If you're green, I'm really proud of you. Yo-Yo, if you're still in the chat, he called the absolute top and he played it and captured 500 points. But you know what? For those of you guys that are in the red today, which was almost me today, I'm not gonna lie. No, it's gonna be all right. I learn from your mistakes. I got a mistake that I definitely made, a big one today that I will learn from. I did get undisciplined, and you know what? What I just need to do is just make sure I'm watching my drawdown, and if trades start not working out, I don't have to take it to max drawdown. You know what I can, and by drawdown, I'm not talking about blown account, I'm talking about the rule that I have set. I could leave some drawdown for power hour, like the last hour here, which actually was great to trade because at power hour, you could have caught pretty much a bottom and rode 100 points up. So with that, I appreciate all of you guys. God bless all of you. I will see you guys bright and early tomorrow for New York session. So I hope to see you there. Appreciate y'all and peace out. Till next time.